Hello again, I am Bob, and welcome to the start of a brand new Let's Play series. It is F1 Manager 24 with the 2026 season update. We finally have the patched version of the database. We are ready to crack on. We're going to start with a playthrough on Aston Martin. And let's see how well we do. This could be... Hello again, I am Jim Bob, and welcome to this brand new series. As I said, we're going to be going with Aston to at least get this series underway. We may move teams at some point in the future, but for the at least the next two seasons, we are going to be Aston, and then we'll see how things go beyond that. I wanted to start with a team low down the order, but didn't want to do Cadillac because we've just come off the back of a 6-season series with Cadillac. So I figured let's go for a team that is arguably going to start worse but will end up getting better in Aston Martin. And of course, we are sidled with Lance Stroll, of course. So to bring you up to speed, I have made a couple of tweaks. This is not the stock database as such. I've gone in and edited a couple of driver values. A couple of drivers I've given a little bit of a buff. One in particular was Arvid Lindblad. I felt that he was rated just a little bit too low. So I've bumped him up from where he was a couple of points. I think from a 76 or something like that up to maybe even lower than that, up to like a 78, 79 overall. I've tweaked a couple of drivers to maybe bring them down in a couple of specific areas and boost a couple of other drivers in very specific areas. Because we've seen such an upturn in Hamilton's fortunes this season, I have put him on a more level pegging with Charles Leclerc as well to try and encourage a lot of very close racing between the two of them. And I have slightly tweaked George and Kimi as well. I've not made any changes to McLaren or Aston, any of that. Not Aston, sorry. Alpine, Williams. I've left their drivers alone. In terms of facilities, I have tweaked Williams' slightly. They start with facilities that are 2s across the board, apart from their suspension sim, which is a level 1, and I bumped that up to a level 2 just because I feel they would have better facilities than that. And I've also gone in and just slightly tweaked Cadillacs a little bit to maybe just knock one of them down a little bit, just because they're a brand new outfit, so their facilities aren't going to be on the same scale as everyone else's. There are a couple of other little minor tweaks that I've made, nothing really that substantial. Everything else is as stock with this new database, and it's based off me running a test race earlier. I skipped through like the first 2 months, and I ran Australia just to see the kind of pace that the car had and the pace of the other cars and the drivers around us. And based on that is what prompted me to make a couple of little tweaks. So we may well, when I did that, I didn't have any pre-season stuff done. I just skipped through the entire pre-season as well. So it may be a little different this time around, simply because we're going to be active from day one now. And also because I've made it, as I say, I've made some database tweaks. So we'll see how this goes. This could be fun. I've activated Aduo in the database editor for engine turning points things, so we'll be checking that periodically to see whether or not we qualify for one of those and what we can actually do. There are a couple of things that have changed since the original version of this database. The Honda engine is now labeled as Renault again, so even though we are technically using a Honda engine, it is labeled as Renault in the game. So if it says that we're running Renault, that's the reason why. And also the Red Bull Ford engine has gone back to being called the RBPT Honda, even though it is it is Ford. Effectively, it's there. It's that Red Bull Ford engine that they've got. So there are those minor things to cover. They may get updated inside the mod at some point in the future, but they are mislabeled for now. We'll see how that goes. Right, evening Army, evening Dino, evening Adrian, good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. Please feel free to say hello, and as always, if you have any questions, ask away, and I'll see what I can do to answer those for you. Right, let's have a quick overview of where we are then, shall we? This is the first day of 2026, and here we are with Aston Martin, our drivers Fernando and Lance Stroll. We have something to deal with in the inbox. By taking this position, we are replacing Adrian Newey. So there is no Adrian Newey at the team at the moment. But if we end up leaving this team, we may see him pop back in the future. So we've got our car part development is open. Now that the season has started, we can start designing manufacturing parts. We'll crack on with that in a minute. This is the car report, looking at the 25 performance, the 26 performance. Don't read anything into this because the game is then the new database is set up in a way that it will just skip that first season. So where did I get the mod from? From Overtake. This is the official 2026 database / season mod. And they updated it last weekend, I think it was. Not this weekend just gone, but the one before on the Sunday. So it's been available for about a week, and we are going to get that series started tonight now that we've completed Season 1 of our 2013 playthrough, which will be back next week, and we'll be doing split duty across the week. Half the week will be this, the other half of the week will be the 2013 series. So yeah, this is the updated version of the database that's now much more stable and is available for free on Overtake. I haven't put a mod list together yet because I have added in a couple of extra little bits which we'll go through as the series progresses. They will all be listed in the description down below tomorrow. In tomorrow's stream, and once I've compiled the list, I'll go back and retroactively add it into the description for this stream as well. So anyone watching it back at some point in the future, that will now be in that list there for you. So we can ignore this for now. Pit crew performance. This is where the team was and where they are now. So our pit crew's looking pretty crap. We've got that new ATR period based on where we finished in the championship last season. This is the allocation. The results are based on last season's actual results, so these are proper. And there are some little changes to the regs as well, one of which I had to actually go in and make a couple of little tweaks because they weren't represented in the rules for the start of the 26th season. And I'll go through those in just a second. And then, of course, we've got our ATR allocations there. So you can see Aston finished 7th in 2025, 89 points. So that is what gives us our allocations there. Right. Let's get sponsor negotiations done because we're not running as a My Team, as a creator team. We're running as one of the 10 official teams. We just get packages like this rather than actual sponsors. Our car pace is going to be crap. So we're going to kind of ignore that. We want to make sure that we've got a lot of money coming in consistently to try and improve the car as quickly as we can. So we're going to go with an engagement package. This will give us a base of 47.5 mil. And you can see a big chunk of that goes straight on engagement with a little bit towards race day and a little bit up front. We do actually have a starting balance of 18 mil and change. Again, I haven't messed with any of these values. These are set up exactly as the instructions tell you. So let's have a look. We've got 9 options available. We're going to take that one straight away because we want extra engagement. And that's the only one. So now we've got a combination of upfront funding prioritization, or race day prioritization, or a couple, you can see there, number 4 and number 8 are more balanced packages. So we're going to have a look at those, but we're also going to pay attention to any of the mandatory activities that are there as well. So I'm going to take that one for boosting a facility, and we won't know which one it is until we get going. We're going to go with this one for a couple of wind tunnel hires. They're usually worth quite a bit of money. And on top of that, it also, as you can see, is giving us a nice boost to our engagement as well. We probably need to boost race day. I mean, we don't really need a huge amount up front, I don't think, because we already have that existing balance. So let's take a look at the options that we have here. I think I'm going to go with both of these two, because they're both going to give me the best option in terms of engagement, and they'll give us a little bit more on the race day, which isn't going to be great. But then we've got the upfront coming as well. We're going to get an extra 13.5 mil on top of the money that we've already got. So we're going to have quite a nice bit of money to spend right at the beginning, which is nice. Let's confirm that package. The facilities for this team are actually really good. But there are other teams that have better facilities. Again, I've left them exactly as they are. The only facilities I tweaked was to give Williams a slightly better suspension sim, and I think I might have knocked one thing down on the Cadillac. I'm not 100% certain. I can't remember exactly. So let's take a look at the changes I made to the regs. So for that, we need to go here, go to rules and regs. We need to go to financial. The cost cap for the 26th season is 215 mil. I did double check that. That's already kind of suggested in the game as well. So haven't changed that. However, what I have changed is down here. So for the 2026 season, teams get an extra battery unit, and they get an extra ICE. So I've upped those to 4 and 3 from 3 and 2. And also, there is no longer a limit on gearboxes. They still have to, pay for them if they need them, but there's no longer a limit on gearboxes that, once you go over that limit, you trigger a penalty. That's been scrapped for this season. I don't know if that's going to come back next year or not, but for this season, there is no restriction on the number of gearboxes. They can't still just spam a new gearbox here and there and everywhere, because they've still got to pay for them. But there's no penalty now if they need to put a new gearbox in once they go over a certain number. So can't really represent that. So what I did was I just increased the limit to 6, which is the maximum available. Had to make sure, if you want to do this, make sure you do this on the final day of 2025 before you move into 2026, because otherwise, if you do it in 2026, it won't apply them to your pool. So my first test file didn't have those changes in because I'd already started the 26th season, changed the allocations on day 1, but because I was already in 2026, didn't actually apply them in game. So even if I skipped time forward a bit, it still didn't do that. So if you want to kind of do what I've done there and increase the gearbox, ERS and engine limits, make sure you do it before you advance into 2026, and that way you'll get those when the 2026 season starts. Beyond that, I think that is everything to bring us up to date. So let's take a look at our car. As you can see, it's crap. It really is bad. We've got a really good engine cooling because Nui loves his clever cooling side pods. But apart from that, the car is pretty bad. So let's take a quick look in the warehouse, break each part down and see where the worst parts of that is. So you can see engine cooling is fantastic, and then everything else is kind of crap. That's our chassis. If we take a look at the front wing, everything is kind of crap across the board. It'll probably be the same on all of these, to be fair. Let's have a look. Rear wing, Again, airflow's not too bad, all things considered. Everything else is atrocious. Underfloor. Let's take a look at the underfloor. Again, pretty appalling. And then if we go to the suspension, let's have a look at the suspension. And also, really, really bad. So everything is terrible. There's no one particular part that is bringing the whole car down. It's the whole car bringing the whole car down. So, we've got free reign to basically work on whatever we want to, because all parts need to be upgraded, which is kind of cool. Evening, Emma. Good to see you. Right, with that in mind, there was something else. I was about to mention something else while I was going through that. What was it? I can't remember what it was. It'll come back to me. I have no doubt. Yeah, no, it's gone. Whatever it was I was about to say just popped in and popped out. It's gone. Maybe it'll come back. Let's see. Let's take a look at our staff situation. So we have our race engineers, Gary Gannon, who I think already has a relationship with Stroll, or should do. Let's take a look. No, he doesn't. And we've got Andrew Vizard as well, who is a new entry in the game. And he is Alonso's engineer. For our affiliates, we've got Jack Crawford with a lovely new image. We've got Stoffel, Mary Boyer, Taito Kato, and Matilda Parts as well. That is our reserve pool. Let's get Stoffel doing stuff to help develop the car. And let's take a look. Marketability 62. Okay, not overly concerned by that at the moment. Drop Stroll for 27. Oh yeah, I don't actually plan on keeping Stroll. I do plan on looking to replace him. We'll check his contract actually in a moment. Let's take a look at Jack Crawford's. 20 years old now. Stats aren't bad, but I don't think he's likely to get to the point where he's going to be good enough for the grid. So with 61 marketability, I'm going to put him on car development as well, I think. There we go. Mary Boyer. Let's have a look at Mary Boyer. He's only at 52. Maybe I put him on car development. Let's take a look at Taito. 18 years old. Guessing he's a young Honda rookie. We're going to leave him as is. Let him, for a couple of seasons, let him try and just develop as a driver. And let's have a look at Matilda as well. She's 17. She's got pretty decent marketability. Her stats aren't anything to write home about. But again, only 17. So we'll leave her to it for now. Let's take a look at that contract for Stroll. How long is it? It was only 12 months left. Yes! That means we can bid him off at the end of the season without a big fee. So we're going to need to consider who we want to bring in next season. This is our staffing. So we've got Enrico Cardile, we've got Ian Gregg and Andy Stevenson. Andy Stevenson is like, I think, the second best sporting director. Cardile is obviously a really good technical director. And Ian Gregg is high level-ish on the aero, but there are better options out there. We need to get pit crew training done, which we'll do in a minute. Neptune says Crawford develops very high, so you'd say put Van Dorn and my academy driver on car development, so Crawford could develop quicker. I don't have any real plans to put Crawford in the car at any point. I'm going to want to go for a named driver. So I'm quite comfortable to leave him where he is for now. We've got 3 scouts. Let's take a look at doing some scouting. Let's have a look at drivers. 3 years left on Max's deal. Hamilton has 12 months left. That's a monster buyout fee. 69.9 mil for 1 season. We'll bookmark him as a possible. Alonso, we're going to need to renew. He's on a 20 mil salary. Hopefully we can get him for less than that. Bring that down a bit. Sainz has 3 years to go. I think most of the drivers are going to be locked up for a long time here. Oh no, Behrman's got 2 years. Hadjar's only got 12 months. Well, Mark Hadjar. Sonoda. We'll mark Sonoda because we could potentially bring him in to replace Stroll. Lawson. I don't really want to go with Lawson. Ocon. He's still got 2 years to go. Ricardo. Maybe. I certainly don't want Magnussen. So Lindblad, I bumped him up to a 79. He's got 12 months left. We'll keep an eye on Lindblad. And then Sargent's still in here. I don't want Sargent. I do want to look at maybe bringing in someone with a good commercial rating for future stuff. Felipe Drugovich has been released from Aston. He's gone on to pastures new. He's available there in the background. Bobby Schwartzman. Jack Doohan is still there with his new deal at Haas. Nick de Vries. Interesting. And we've got Mick, who's off in IndyCar. I gave Colton Herter a bit of a burst. He was, I think, a 72. I bumped him up to a 75. Who else? Oh, Daniel Kvyat. Interesting. Dennis Hauger's in IndyCar right now. I think we'll leave it at those selections for now. Let's start getting some scouts out and about. So let's scout Lindblad. And Hadjar. And I've got 1 scout left. Let's take a look at Ricardo. Why not? There we go. I might be able to bring him in straight away, you see, as someone for commercial work. Depends what he's going to want salary-wise, and I want to take a look at him before we do anything else. So, that is all of that. I've got 31.6 mil. There was something I was going to talk about, and again, it still hasn't come back to me. Let's start working on developing a car part. Let's take a look at improving our downforce levels, I think. Let's start with wings. So we've got our first ATR. We're going to split it half and half across the front and rear wing. We are going to be working hard to try and boost expertise. I have been told that you can ignore these negative numbers. That is what it states in the update for the file, that it will sometimes show weird things like that. We're not going to use any of the presets. We're going to leave it on balanced. But you can see here, these are the actual benefits we're getting. So we can kind of ignore this. This is a visual bug. I don't want to focus on any one particular area. Not for this first wing. And what I do want to do... Ah! That was it! I remember now. It's me doing this has reminded me. One thing I have done as well is I've obviously gone in and made sure that the AI is going to look after its facilities. I always do that so that they don't just let them get down all the way down to 0, as they used to in the vanilla game. But one thing I've also done is I've given the AI teams the ability to make lightweight parts, not minimum lifespan parts, but lightweight parts. So they will gain a little bit of extra performance by stripping weight off their parts, same way that we do. So that, you know, we haven't got that as a cheat code to out-develop them. Alright, we're going to go intense on our builds. Try and get that expertise level up as much as we can. And let's get the rear wing done. This is going to be a very expensive pair of projects. It's going to cost us about 11 mil, all told, just for these 2 design projects. And again, I'm not going to put any tweaks on this at all. We'll take a bit of life off it. We'll go with a 2.4. But we're going to leave these sliders alone. We're not going to put any focus in any one area, not yet. We will do at some point in the future, but for now we'll leave it like that. There we go. And we'll get 2 other parts going. Let's go with a suspension so we can try and get our tyre wear up a bit more. This one's going to give us an extra 6.8%. Again, we're not going to mess with the sliders, but we will take a little bit of life off this. Let's take it down to a 2 to 4. Let's go down to a 3 to 5 on the suspension. And then again, we're going to go intense for 3 mil. And then let's try and find a bit of pace as well. So we'll go with a chassis. So we can try and strip a lot of weight off of that and gain some extra speed. There we go. And once again, intense for another 3 mil build. There we go. So we got our 4 parts up and running. We're down to just under 15 mil. So we just spent an awful lot of cash there. Let's take a quick look at our facilities. So we're at level 3 across the board, apart from the wind tunnel, which is the most state-of-the-art wind tunnel in existence for Formula 1 teams at the moment. So it's marked as a wind tunnel 4. Other teams have got like level 4 design centers and factories as well. Like Ferrari got like a level 4 factory and I think a level 4 design center. So yeah. It's a nice set of facilities, but it's not the best on the grid. Let's go with a race sim upgrade while we have cash to put towards that, and I'm going to hold off on the team hub upgrade for now, and we will start to boost our income options. There we go. And we'll boost the memorabilia room. We're not going to touch the hospitality because that's going to be an expensive one. Just checking to see if there's anything going on that might cause any buffering. And so far, everything's running absolutely perfectly at my end. So I've not noticed any buffering on my live monitoring. It might just be that you need to check and see if anyone else is gobbling up bandwidth in the house, MGL. Right, there we go. We'll leave that like that. Now we need to do our pit crew training. We are going to focus on speed. So we'll switch it to that so we can just leave the first 2 weeks as they are. We'll take that day out. There we go. And then we'll start doing some split training. And we want to try and make sure we balance these stats out. So let's balance those. And then let's have a day of car building at the end of the week. We'll take that day off. There we go. Down to 18% there. After the training, let's switch the focus. And then same again here. Let's take that away. And change that focus. I'm actually going to make a slight tweak. I'm going to go with 2 days of car building at the end of each week, just to carry a little less fatigue over to the start of the next week. There we go. And also to make sure that we don't neglect this stat this season. So, where are we at now on the Monday? 6%. Perfect. So we will go with, once again, putting some... split stuff in, and I might go with an extra day of split training on this one, as opposed to that extra day of car building. Go, and fatigue's at 15%. Just put a morning of car building in there so we don't go above. I like to try and not much higher than 20%, so I can guarantee I'm going to have, you know, a nice rest going into the next day. Evening CM, evening Foamy, evening Johnny. Good to see you guys. Right, so let's have a look. Wheel gun is the lead stat there, so we want to give everything else a little bit of a bump. Let's do a couple of days of jacks, and then use tires off. Onto the next week, and we'll focus on new tires on. Just a parcel delivered, which I've been waiting for. That's cool. I'll check that in a moment. So you may see me change my top in a bit. I need a bit more new tyres on, don't I, by the look of it? There we go. Getting very close to balancing this out now. Let's work on car release. And then come down for a bit more car release, and a bit more wheel gun, and then by the end of the week, that's pretty well balanced, isn't it? I mean, we're slightly down on a couple of the stats, or slightly higher on a couple of the stats than the others, but I mean, considering where it was, that's a nice little improvement. So let's confirm those changes. There we go. While we're here, let's make sure we get our training started for our snappy news. Let's go with innovation for Andy. Let's have a look at Mr. Car Delay. Where's he weakest? Let's have a look. Side pod, chassis, and suspension. I think that's a grouping. There it is, yeah, bodywork. Perfect. Mr. Greg. Let's have a look at Ian. So, drag reduction, which will be straight line optimization now, as it will be labeled in quite a few other things. That's the main weak area. Straight mode delta. Let's go with that. I think. Let me just check the other ones. Yeah, we'll go with that one. So cooling, straight mode delta, drag reduction, and airflow management. Lovely stuff. We need to do our drivers and engineers as well. I mean, Alonso's not likely to get anything at all. Look, he's 44 years old, so I think I'll just leave him as he is. Doesn't seem to be much. Well, actually, let's have a look. His reactions and accuracy are the worst. Can I maybe find something that will give me... I bet I can only get one of those at a time, can't I? Yeah. Okay. Might go with race strategy. No, let's go with that. Let's go with short run pace. Okay, let's take a look at Lance in what will hopefully be his final season. Let's have a look at his stats. His development rate is low because he's shit. So those are Lance's stats. Not great, as you can see. And I didn't actually have to go in and slap him down. He'd already been slapped down in the game, in the new database, which is good. Now we have to try and build him back up a little bit. So let's have a look at control, overtaking, defending reactions. Yeah, that's fine. Andrew, let's have a look at him. We want him on responsiveness. Yep. And Gary Gannon, probably on the same. Yeah, we'll leave him on the same as well. There we go. Affiliates, I'm going to leave to their own devices. Let's get Mary Boy doing some car stuff for now as well. There we go. Right, I think we are ready to actually advance time now. I think. Just double checking. This is the calendar. You'll notice that there are a couple of races missing. Again, this is pre-built into the database. So I didn't have to take those rounds out to represent the 26th season. We will have to remember to add those back in next year. And there is another race missing as well, because there is no circuit for the Mad Ring. So this is a 21 race season instead of a 22 race season. And we may yet have to take these two out as well and replace them with something else. But I think this season will be long done before that happens. So we'll probably just end up leaving it as is. Right, let's have a look at everything else. So, we've got some scout reports coming soon. We'll get our first sponsor agreement starting here on the 1st of February, and then at the end of that 6-week period, we'll get our first income source from that. You can see we've got some designs that are going to be dropping. That's our suspension and chassis. That's our wings. And we'll have time to get those built before we go to Australia, which is good. So let's advance time. What will be the stream balance between this and the 2013 one? We're going to stream this all week this week, so Monday through Friday. And then next week, Monday, Tuesday, might be our 2013 again. And then Wednesday, I'll leave as a floating day. I haven't decided what I want to do with Wednesdays yet. And then Thursdays and Fridays will definitely be our 2026 playthrough. But we may do something completely different on Wednesdays. So that is still to be determined. Our memorabilia room upgrade is done. Let's look at slapping an extra upgrade on that while it's still relatively cheap. We've got 8 mil left. I don't want to spend any more money so that we've got some stuff for next season, for later in the month and beginning of next month. There is the team rosters for this season. So you can see we've got new mug shots for these guys. An old mug shot for Max. I think that's a new one for Charles. New for Lewis and Hadjar. Saints, I think that's an old one. We've got the Poodle Perm. Broccoli Boy haircuts at RB. It looks like a new headshot for Albon. It's definitely a new one for Fernando. I think Lance as well. Definitely a new one for Ocon with his dodgy bangs. And a new one for Ollie Behrman because he's actually, grown up a little bit. And then we've got new photo here for Hulkenberg. That looks like the same one we had last year. I think that's a new one for Gasly. It's a new one for Colapinto, I believe. And then we've got new headshots for Perez and Valtteri as well. So that's the team lineups as they are in reality. We've got our 2026 F3 lineups here. I'm not going to go through it in too much detail. If you want to have a look, you can always pause and go back. We have got Fernando Barrichello. How old is Fernando Barrichello? I might look at hiring Barrichello just because of that big cheesy grin. It reminds me so much of his father. Let's have a look. Fernando Barrichello, he's only 20. You know what? We are going to add him to the list. Let's untick Lindblad from that. There we go. Let's go and have a look at the 26 F2 roster. That's the F1. There we go. There's F2. So Montoya, Mariboya, racing for Prema. So our boy here is in a pretty good team. And then again, we've got Colton Herta here along with Miata in the high-tech. Somehow Kush Maini's still going. Don't know how. There we go. There's your lineup for that. Memorabilia room upgrades done. We've already checked on that. We've got our scout report on Lindblad. Mentality's negative. Why is his mentality negative? Shouldn't be. Maybe he's just unhappy with the car. I don't know. But those are his stats. So as you can see, these are slightly tweaked. These are slightly better than the database gave. I got him up to a 79. But the database had him like a 75, I think. Worse than Logan Sargent, which, was not right at all. So I gave him a little bit of a boost. Let's take a look at Hadjar. Wow, his reactions are mighty. I haven't even looked at Hadjar. I didn't make any tweaks to him at all. He could actually be a really good potential signing. We'll keep an eye on him. And we got Ricardo. Let's have a look at his profile. Marketability 84. Let's see how cheap we can get him. Let's get him on a 2-year deal. Start with $1 million. Work up from there. 2.4 million without a signing bonus. Let's see if he goes for that. He might do, might not do. But that would be a nice, helpful option for our commercial stuff. There we go. So advance time a little bit more. Our helipad upgrade is done. We want to give that a tweak. Yeah, it's still not that expensive. That's 7.5 mil. At least we'll have money to pay for these new parts, but we won't have money to develop anything else. So we might leave it at that for the memorabilia room for now. Let's continue on. Our tour center, that we do want to upgrade because that will bring in a higher weekly income for us. There we go. Our staff survey results. This is a familiar sight. Everyone is relatively happy until they start talking about the car, and then they're all bitching and moaning. Makes sense, I suppose. Helipads, we'll leave that at level 4 for now. Ooh, Ricardo's come back with a counter offer. What does he want? A little bit more and a bit of a signing bonus. Let's tweak that slightly. So we're gonna draw. Ooh. Cost of break. Oh, he wants car one. Yeah, he's not getting car one. Affiliate 2 seasons. We're gonna drop that salary right down. I'm going to offer him 2.2 with a 75k signing bonus. And let's see what he thinks about that. He's not getting in a race seat. Something purple. Construction delayed on the tour centre. I can wait 4 days. I'm not paying 10 grand a day to get that done. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's fine. Acknowledge the delay. When I race sim at level 4, we'll leave that at level 4 for a while. And here come our first designs. A suspension and a chassis. Let's get those into production, shall we? I don't know how much we're going to get at the end of the month as a board payment / money from the FIA as prize money from the previous season. That'll be interesting to see. Let's build 4. No, let's build 4. Go, and then we want the suspensions, wasn't it? There we go. So these are going to give us not a monster improvement on tyre wear, but some improvement. Let's get 4 of those, and that opens up a couple of slots. We've got 10 days to go. I'm going to wait until we get our money through at the end of the month or the start of the next month before I come back and work on the next upgrade or upgrades, because I want to see how much money we're gonna actually get, and then I've got to make sure I've got money put aside for the wings before I then figure out how much to spend on the next batch of upgrades. So we can clear those. Drive development upgrade email. Let's have a look. No change to the drivers. No surprise there. You wonder if there are real life vibrations present for Aston. No, there aren't, unfortunately. We got a 75 control boost there. A little bit of a boost as well for Mari Boyer. Taito has gained a few points, but I mean, he's only 17, so that's good to see. Or, no, he's 18, isn't he? It's Matilda who's 17. She's gained a couple of points in adaptability. Very cool. Moving on 1 day. So I didn't get much. About 700 grand. All told. Not much at all. That's a little disappointing. Right, let's clear this day out. There we go. So at the end of the week, we'll be at 13%. Come to the start of the next one, we'll be 16% at the end of the day. Let's clear that out. And what's my fatigue? 21. That's too high. Let's mix things up a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Right, we'll go into some split training here. And we shouldn't hopefully need to do any specific focus on our skill training now. Yeah, pretty good. Let me try maybe giving a little nudge on jacks and then leave the rest unbalanced. See how that shakes out. Yeah, that just upsets it too much, doesn't it? Alright, so we'll leave that on balanced. I think we'll just leave up those stats like that for now. And let's program in the rest of the training for the final week. There we go. And we'll do half a day at the end of the month. 21%, that's perfect. So our chance of mistake comes down to 15.6. That's still pretty high. Pit stop time's down to 2.7. That's still pretty high. Car building is in line with our other stats there. Confirm that training, and that is the end of January. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll crack on with February. Alright, so into February. We are 33 days away now from Melbourne. Let's start off with a little bit of time advancement. We've got an extra point overall for Matilda. Our tour centre's finally done. That's going to cost me 50k for the final upgrade. And we've got 5.1 mil in the bank. So, I can afford one more active upgrade on Intense. And let's make it the underfloor rather than the side pods. So, we want to take a little bit of life off of that. Let's go to 3 to 6. Like that. Get a little bit of speed, some extra downforce, a little bit of extra dirty air tolerance as well. And again, we want to go Intense. And that will leave me about 2 mil to spend on the new wings, which are about to drop, as you can see, in a day. Okay. Let's have a look at the new wings, shall we? So, again, not massive improvements on this first one, but we'll get enough to get us going. Let's get 4 of those built. And then the rear wing. We'll get an extra 2% on straight mode effectiveness. Very little in terms of speed. Yeah, this first one is not going to be great. This first round of upgrades, but subsequent upgrades should hopefully work out well. Or a bit better, anyway. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, our expertise levels aren't that great, but then nobody's is, because it's the start of a new database file. But on top of that, we're also building off of low percentages to start with. So, you know, a small percentage gain on what's already a very small percentage means a very, very small percentage gain. All right, something purple. Oh, Ricardo has accepted the contract offer. Look at that. Beautiful. Let's get him in. 75k signing bonus. Daniel Ricciardo joins the team. How much are we paying Stroll? I'm very curious. How much is he fleecing this team for? 12 million! What? Yeah. We will not be renewing that contract. Let's take a look at Danny Rick. Let's get him onto marketability. That's why we hired him. There we go. We should potentially be on for a nice little bit of money every month from our sponsors, or every 6 weeks from our sponsors. So we need to make sure that we are absolutely hitting those targets. Something else is purple. Underfloor deadline extension. Put it back 10 days or pay 250k to get it on time. Let's take a look at the calendar. So it's due here on the 9th, which is the day after we come back, or I'm not going to get it in time for China. Underfloor is going to take 7 to 8 days to build because we've got a pretty good warehouse. So if I go to the 19th, then that's 3, 7. I'll get 1 in time for Suzuka. I'll pay on that one. Now we're down to just $31,000. All that money's gone already. We've got our front wings though, and our rear wings. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's our tour center now maxed at level 5, so we'll get 96 and change per week. There we go, just under 97,000 a week. Also gives us a little boost to our team marketability as well, which might make it a little easier to achieve our sponsor objectives every 6 weeks, but will certainly help improve our attractiveness to sponsors for next season. Staff survey results for February. Some of that happiness is creeping away. We're getting a fair few neutrals popping in now, and everyone's still pissed about the car. No surprise there. Right, welcome to the 2026 season. Last year saw McLaren take home the trophy for the Constructors' Championship, with Lando Norris claiming first place in the Drivers' Championship. But this year is a clean slate, and excitement is at fever pitch. There are some brilliant drivers and brilliant minds in this sport, and every single one of them will be battling for the crown this season. Who will come out on top is anyone's guess, but one thing's for sure, it's set to be one of the greatest years of Formula One yet. It's the same spiel we get every season. Right, let's move on. We've got our suspensions, and we're very close to getting our chassis as well. Let's have a look at our affiliates. Another little gain for Jack Crawford. Another little gain for Mari Boyer. A couple of points gained for Taito. Some good points gained for Matilda. And nothing for Ricardo because he's literally just arrived. Our main drivers have not changed. And let's go to our sponsor plan review. Go. Sponsor plan and a brand new ATR as well, which is quite nice. So let's get Danny Rick straight in there. We've got a lot to do. Look at that. Our engagement is worth 5.78 mil every 6 weeks. So, yeah, bringing Ricardo in was absolutely necessary. Let's get the factory in there. I don't really want to use my main drivers, but I might have to. I think I'm going to have to. I can only do for that. What? Stroll is worth piss all. Look. Nobody gives a toss about Stroll. So, what is this one? This is, we'll speak publicly on behalf of sponsors on race days. Or we'll skip training. Let's go with that one there. There we go. And that should be enough. Evening, Daniel. There we go. So 6 mil, or just under 6 mil in about 6 weeks. Pit crew training for the 1st of March. Right. We want to strip all of that out now. Go and start putting this in manually. Go. Nothing but gym training in the run-up to Australia. And then after that, we go into our first sprint weekend in China. And I can get a little bit of training in here. Again, not a huge amount. We'll do another little bit of gym training. And then after that, we'll go into some splits. Starting to look a little high already. 26, 17, 8. That's pretty good. Can I maybe get away? No, that's going to add 2%, not 1. We'll leave it like that, and then when we come out, we'll be at 19%. We can get a day of training in, and let's go with day of speed training. There we go, 22% at the end of the month. That works out quite nicely. There we go. All right. Have we had pre-season testing yet? Oh, here we go. Yeah, Bahrain post-season testing, and the car looks like it might be even worse compared to the grid, which kind of makes sense. We haven't added our upgrades on yet, but I'm sure the AI has. So let's take a look at how much we've improved the car and whether anyone else has added anything or not. I expect Mercedes is the best car. That's their stats compared to ours. So you can see nobody's starting with a monster car, because it is the beginning of a brand new rules era. So everyone's car is going to be relatively low down, and then it's who can maximize their potential gains the quickest, I think, to see who's going to do really well. But our baseline car against whether the Mercedes, whether that's upgraded or not, you can see we're down 3 kilometers an hour, so we're slow. We're down a big bit in acceleration, not great. We're down a whopping 14%, 14.5% almost in straight mode effectiveness, so we're very slow. And then we're down in downforce by 0.2, more than 0.2. That's a massive margin. We're down by nearly 0.3. That's, again, a huge margin. And we're down over 0.4. That is an insanely high margin. And dirty air tolerance, we're down 15.5%, over 15.5%. No, 14.5%. Tyre wear, we're down 15%. We do have a slightly better engine cooling than Mercedes. But, I mean, they stripped their car down to 0, look. They've gone really aggressive with weight, whereas we're still quite heavy. So, let's compare to Cadillac, who are the other team that's really bad. And they are nearly 2 kilometers an hour quicker than us. Better acceleration, better straight mode. We've got better downforce than them. We've got better dirty air tolerance than them. They've got a tiny smidge better tyre wear than us. We've got substantially better engine cooling by 10%. And their car's a little bit lighter than ours. But we haven't put the upgrades on yet. So that's the team that we're sort of competing against. Our target for this season is to finish in 10th. So that should be easily achievable. Let's go ahead and fit those new parts to Fernando's car. So we can see the difference the upgrades have made. Hopefully it's decent, but I'm not expecting to be completely blown away. So we've got 4 new parts to add. There we go. And let's see what difference that makes. So compare against car 2. So we found 0.3 kilometers an hour. That's less than I was hoping for. Acceleration's gone up by 0.001 G. We've gained 2.5% in straight line mode. A little bit of downforce there, a little bit there, a little bit there. 2.5% in dirty air tolerance. About just over 4% in tyre wear, and 0.7% in engine cooling. So, I mean, we've made some improvements, but they're not exactly earth-shatteringly good. We are still going to be very slow here today. We're going to be fighting to not finish at the back of the grid. Whether or not we can actually do that or not, I don't know. We haven't done the sideboard yet, have we? It's suspension. There we go. So both cars should now be running equal spec. Let's quickly double check. Yes, they are. Okay. Evening, Micon. Is this the AMO mod? Yes, it is. This is the recently updated, just over a week ago, AMO mod. With the new database, the stable database. Right. Time advances. Car delay goes up to an 88. That's helpful. Sponsor package is confirmed. We've got our new ATR period, but we don't have the money to design a part yet. Let's see how much money we earn on a race weekend, if we can actually earn any money on a race weekend. Strategy prep. Let's have a look. Going to be cold. Expected strategy 2-stop. Yeah, with our tyre wear. Absolutely. It's going to be wet on Friday. See, I skipped all of practice and I went straight into qualifying when I did my little performance test before then making a couple of minor tweaks. And then I ran the race, but kind of sped the race up in big chunks as well. So, yeah, this will be our first proper running. Let's set some targets, shall we? So the options are 18th through to 21st. Cars ranked 21st on the grid. I'm going to go 20th. Hope that Fernando can do that. And then Stroll, we're going to go 21st. Because I don't rate Stroll's chances. So, we are prepped and ready. Let's pop a quick ad break in, and then let's get Melbourne underway.
It's wonderful to be back down under for the Australian Grand Prix. Every team and driver comes here with the same goal, to win. But that's for the end of the season. For now, they have to prepare to fight for F1 glory. Will beginner's luck play a part this weekend? There's a new driver at the wheel for Haas. Let's get on with the weekend.
So for now, we are running the Mr. Only Face Mod pack, or Face Pack mod. We may take that off at some point in the future, depending on whether or not they add in some additional faces as part of the main mod. We'll see. So, ta-da! My very, very nice and very lightweight, very comfy Marlboro McLaren top from the 1980s/1990s Prost Senna era, complete with sponsors all over it. It looks fantastic. I wasn't sure how well it was going to fit. This was very much an experimental purchase, but really, really pleased with it. So yeah, this will become a regular kind of thing, something like this. There are some other ones that I'm going to be looking at getting as well. Wanted to wait and see how this one looked and felt and fit before I went ahead and put in an order for some other ones, but I think you might see some more of these popping up soon. I look like pit crew. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's a team shirt, you know, except it's like a t-shirt rather than, but it's a really thin, lightweight, breathable t-shirt rather than like a polo or a work shirt or anything like that. This is meant to represent the overalls of the drivers, you know, with all the sponsors positioned as they were on the team drivers. Sorry, on the drivers' overalls. So there we go. Fantastic stuff. Let's move on. I might have to buy myself. See if I can get an Aston Martin one made. Let's have a look then. We want to run quite well. I'm going to leave the setups as they are. We're just going to eyeball it. So we're going to go with 20 laps for this first run. Bring them in. And then do another 20 laps. So there's a couple others that I've got my eye on. There's one that is a a sort of Schumacher Benetton era, 94. And then there's a Camel Lotus one from Senna's Lotus in, I think, 87. Those are the other two that I have my eye on, but there's a Rothmans Williams one as well that I saw. There are a whole load of them, and so I'll have to go through and have a look, see what I can find. All right, let's hit the track. Send that Fernando ahead of Stroll. How did I get the Mr. Only face pack to work? I just added it to the mod folder. So, open up my desktop here. As you can see, I keep my mods organised. I've got a folder which is my sort of central repository for every mod that I have, and then in the packs folder I created a folder here in the packs, file where all the basic game files are, where you drop the mods in. I created a folder called the 2026 mod files, and inside that I put in the 2026 mod just here. I've also added in the driver attributes that we normally use, the face pack. There we go, just added it in. Moe Champagne, I've added that in so we get Moe back on the podium. The race leaderboard, which is this one. This might actually be the wrong leaderboard. It is. This one's got tyre wear on it. We'll have to swap that out. I forgot to switch that one over. What else we got? We got the reduced driver confidence impact, and reduced driver regression, reduced mentality impact. This is the add-ons pack, basically, from, again, Mr. Only. We've got the realistic racing version 4.1.4 for the 2026 battery regs. And then we've got the new trophy pack from Little Onion. And then I've got a shortcut to the binaries folder as well. And then at the end, when I want to take this out, I can literally just pull this folder out of here, and it's all fine. All right, let's speed them up.
Copy.
Items.
You got a Ferrari from 2005 on a plaque. I've actually I picked up a new edition. Well, I say picked it up. I won the auction for it today at a slightly seduced rate as well, which is quite nice. So it's the final thing off eBay I needed to complete my 2003 memories for Silverstone. It's Rubens Barrichello's Ferrari, the car that won the race at Silverstone in 2003. So that will be arriving at some point, hopefully this week, to go with the cap and the program. And then I'm just waiting for a custom poster on Etsy. But yeah, because I was at that race, and it's the only one I've ever been to, and will probably be the only one I ever do get to go to, I just wanted to get some not necessarily build a shrine to it, but build a little display around that particular Grand Prix. So yeah, I was there. I was in the Brooklands complex. I got to see Schumacher make his mistake in qualifying right under my nose, and I also got to see Raikkonen run wide out of bridge on the run to Priory and watch Rubens overtake him for the win. So that's why I've gone for Rubens Ferrari for the 2003 race. So I've got the car that won that Grand Prix that I went to. Did Lindblad have updated ratings? Lindblad starts off with like a 70, I think it was a 75, I think he starts out at, maybe even lower than that. I think it's a 75. I bumped him up to a 79 because I just felt that he was a little too low. And I gave Colton Herter a little bump from a 72 to a 75. But, I mean, most drivers, they got maybe one or two individual stats tweaked slightly, but apart from that, nothing too much. Only 40% because we did not actually run any setups. We just left them default. We're at 42% for Stroll.
Just having no confidence right now.
Yeah, copy.
I wanted to hear my drivers grumbling a little bit because
More rain expected.
because it was a terrible car. But we need to learn these new parts. Well, we need to learn the car in general.
Some drops of rain.
How heavy is this rain going to be? Ooh, it's actually going to be inters for the rest of the session. The Jaguar in 2003 had a lovely growl going through sort of the infield around Priory and Brooklands and Luffield. It just had this really low growl going through those low-speed corners. It sounded awesome. It's just a shame that it was actually a terrible car, but the engine sounded great.
Yeah, copy.
Let's see who's getting a rookie run out. Rafa Kamara's getting a run out for Ferrari. Nicholas Solov getting a run out at Red Bull. Anyone else? Not sure who that is. Or that. Let's have a look.
Building.
Felbermeyer. Yeah, wouldn't have guessed that one. And Alessandro Giusti. They're the two rookies I didn't recognise. Right, let's get some changes made.
Just come in slow.
Way off there, aren't we? Let's go to an 8.2. Definitely want more front wing. Probably want to go with a bit more rear wing. Let's try that. And again, we'll go with a little bit more rear wing. Let's try an 8.2 on this car. We'll go with more front wing again. Let's try 7.5. Let's try that. Oh, I should have put inters on, shouldn't I? Never mind. Yeah, I was there from Friday afternoon till Sunday afternoon, and we were camping in a field opposite the course.
Tire temp.
Right, let's see if these setups are an improvement. I hope they are.
Yeah, nothing really to say.
So this is the top. Figures, I'll show you some of the different angles. Here we go. That's the one that I've got. And there are some other ones that I'm looking at, but they will pop up at some point in the future. But yeah, really, really pleased with this. It's because I didn't know if it was going to be a good fit, and it does actually feel really, really good fit, really comfortable. I had this horrible feeling that it would be like slim fit and it would be, really tight and constrictive, but it's not. So, very happy with that.
How is the balance? How's the balance?
Not bad for 14 quid.
Yeah, good job. Book the car.
Yep, understood, noted.
Let's have a look at the setup. Oh, big improvement, 91%. Not quite so good for Stroll, but still a good-sized improvement, up to 84%. So we doubled him up, effectively, from where he was. Looks like Limblad might have damaged his underfloor. So that's an expensive part gone already. Well, I say expensive. It depends if it's one of the brand new ones, if they've done a new underfloor or not. Let's skip through to the end of the session. Go. Hamilton is quickest, just ahead of Antonelli and Russell. It's Rafa, isn't it? I was going to say where's Leclerc, but he's not in the session. Again, practice times don't need that much, so not overly attentive to those. Oh, my frame rate's dropped in the toilet. Right, into second session. We've got rain here as well. Let's have a tweak. Let's try a little bit more. No, let's leave that where it is and let's tweak this instead, because that will affect the oversteer. Let's try pushing. Try that. That one little click of tyre camber might fix everything that's slightly off. Do I still need to activate the active aero? I don't know. These aren't Mr. Only's mods. This is the Sector 33 mod. So I don't know. We are off on traction, so let's bring that back to a 7.3. And then corner mode is going to need to change. Let's try that. We want to run for 20 laps and then call them in. Evening, Harvey. Why replace Stroll? He only needs confidence. He needs a skill transplant.
Copy.
As well as a personality transplant, but that's by the by.
Copy.
So it's going to be wet the entire session.
Yep.
Nexus! We are at 4 out of 5. Feedback is almost ready. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I've not mentioned anything that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. All right, 92%. So we gained another 8% on Stroll's car, but we're still not quite there.
Yeah, copy that.
Maicon asks about the durability. Yeah, what do you want to know about the durability? Oh, we got the wrong way with Alonso. Annoying.
For me, it felt very good. Okay, copy, understood.
I've watched a couple of high-performance podcasts, but I'm just not a massive fan of Jake Humphrey.
Copy.
Boxing.
Right.
Copy.
So that didn't work. Let's go the opposite way. Let's see if that works. So that needs to be down here somewhere. I'm going to move the front wing up a bit. Hopefully that stays where it needs to. Let's give that a go. Got some feedback for you, Nexus, to pass on to the rest of Sector 33. I checked the change of regulations when I saw that the cost cap was being set to 215, and that was correct. But I also checked the engine part regs as well. And for this season, for the 2026 season, there's an extra engine and battery allowance, so it goes up to 4 and 3. And gearbox is now unlimited. So I set it to 6. But if you don't do it, before you move into 2026, it doesn't register them. So I put them in on the day before advancing into 2026. At the end of 2025, I put the file into the editor, tweaked those values from 324 to 436, because it maxes at 6 for gearboxes, and then it carried those across, and I now have four engines, 3 batteries, and 6 gearboxes.
Car all okay?
Right. We still haven't nailed it with Stroll. Got close look, 96%. We're at 92% for Fernando. Getting closer. Not bad from a cold start.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Frame rate's gone through the floor again. Close down. There we go. So into final setup tweaks. Okay, so that needs to come down on Alonso's car. And then if we bring that back to there, I'll give me a little tweak there and a little tweak there. And with that there, I'm hoping that's going to be it. Let's run him for... No, driving prep's done, isn't it? Right, this is running for 18 laps. I forgot we've got 3 people working on car development, so a nice little contribution there. Right, what do I need to tweak here? That's close. Bring that down a bit. Bring that back like that. Hopefully that's right. 18. Let's send them out.
That should be the green light.
Yeah, I'm running the maximal graphics mod as well, which improves the visuals a little bit, but does tend to make some of the cutscenes sometimes a little bit jerky.
Try and work on the car a little bit.
Okay.
What was the question about the ERS durability, Micon? You never actually asked me the question. You asked if you could ask the question, and then you didn't actually ask it. So what was it you wanted to know about ERS durability? Evening, Snake Killer.
Amazing.
Ah, I missed it again. 97%. It might be a bit late to call him in, actually. I think I've just missed the pit entrance I have.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, you can get them on eBay. There's a whole host of them, not just Formula One, but sporting, as well as like football, all sorts of stuff. Let me find the seller, so you know who to look for.
Copy. Pit entry. How's the balance?
That's weird.
Yeah, good job. I'm happy.
Yeah, copy that.
Very weird. For some reason, it's suddenly showing us no other items available in the UK, but it's very strange. Does the mod put Honda's ERS durability lower? Well, actually, I will just open it up for you and show you the actual stats. It's not like it's not like the original version. Just load the autosave. There's no Honda engine, it's Renault, and Rebel powertrain still shows as RBPT Honda instead of RBPT Ford when you're selecting engines. But apart from that, the Renault engine is effectively the stand-in for Honda at the moment. You can see the ERS durability is set at 58. So it is the worst of everybody's. It's also the weakest engine in terms of power. In game, it's the correct names. No, it's not. It's not Nexus. It's Honda RBPT, and it's Ferrari. Sorry, and it's Renault. I know it should be, but yeah, it's not for me. I'm not quite sure whether something's not quite right or what, but yeah, it's maybe there's just an update that's missing that you've got that I don't. Oh, I'm sure there'll be somebody in Europe who does a very similar, thing.
White line.
Snake. It's not going to be
on the
something
marks,
that's limited
Frank,
purely to
restart
the UK. I'm sure you'll find something of the same equivalent. Yeah, I'm using the overtake version as well, Nexus, but so they show as Honda and Renault for me. Right, let's take a look. Too much or too little? I think it's too little. There we go. And let's take a look at Stroll. Oh, come on. I'm 1% off. Let's see if I can nail this. It'd be nice to get both to 100. Yeah, they did Lindblad Dirty in the database at a very sort of low to mid 70. I bumped him up to 79 because it didn't feel right, him being worse than Logan Sargent. I bumped Hamilton's stats ever so slightly as well to put him more on a level playing field with Leclerc, given Hamilton's much improved form. Yeah, they made him like a 75, I think. Colton Herta was in at a 72. I bumped him up to a 75.
Very good. Happy.
Got it wrong again. Must be at 7.5 then, that front wing.
Brilliant. How was the balance?
I'm happy with the car.
Understood.
So Stroll's car is either going to be 100 or 98. Yeah, that's a 7.5.
Turn the pit limiter on, and you can stop on the marks, find pre-start revs, and then switch off.
There we go. So that should now be 100%. We're not going to send it back out again because there's no time, but we're going to leave him set like that and send him in blind to qualifying. You guess nobody likes Alpine. Well, no, I mean I'm doing the Aston career because they're the worst car on the grid at the start of 2026. There we go. We got Stroll to 100. I mean, if Alpine was the worst car, I'd be doing Alpine. But it's Aston by a long way. And I've done playthroughs with pretty much everybody. I did a couple of seasons on 23 with Mercedes, and then started a McLaren playthrough. But then the game got patched, and we started a new save file instead. I did, and that was when we started the AlphaTauri playthrough. And then we went to Ferrari at the end of that to rescue Ferrari after they had turned into an absolute shit show. We've done Cadillac, obviously, for 6 seasons. Who else have we done? I've done Williams, I've done Aston before on 22. I did Haas for a little while on 22. I don't think I've done an Audi playthrough before. Or a Sauber playthrough before. Right, well, there we go. We are done with practice. Up next is qualifying.
Hello and welcome to the much anticipated qualifying session.
These days, it's a much faster layout here at Albert Park, and teams need to focus on getting high and medium speed cornering right to set a good qualifying time.
And here's a driver there's been quite a focus on recently, Karun, Valtteri Bottas.
Looking at the lap times, we saw a real lack of pace from them in practice. They never looked quite comfortable with the setup, and they'll need to try something new for qualifying if they want to get past Q1.
Buckle up then, folks. It's almost time for qualifying.
So, first qualifying session of the game. Let's see. Can we get out of this session?
Okay, should be green. Clear ahead. Okay, so charge off, mode push.
Let's see how we do turning a wheel in anger. I'm right on board with Fernando. Slow moving McLaren in front, that's Lando Norris. Alonso is slower by 0.3. That's a big margin for Stroll. Down 10th in the middle as well. Down a second on Piastri in the opening sector.
Okay, and we will box now. Box, just watch the FIA weighbridge lights. Watch the weighbridge lights.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he'll have to show me what it looks like tomorrow. So Alonso is half a second slower than Stroll. Not quite sure why. My guess is tyres didn't get up to temperature. And keep an eye on tyre temps on the next run. Let's see, we've got Ocon on a lap. There he is. And we've got Perez coming round as well in the Cadillac. These are our rivals for the first few races at least. And we are quicker, but not by a lot. Well, Stroll is, but 0.6 quicker. But Alonso is only 0.06 quicker. Here's Norris.
Switch the pit limit, Tehran. Stop on the marks.
It's not.
find
It's
pre-start
not
revs, switch
confidence.
off.
Alonso's starting confidence is very good, very nice. Plus, I've got the mod that limits the impact of confidence as well, so it only goes up to a +2 boost rather than a +8. I think, given that it's a cold weekend, the track temp's only 26 degrees, I think its tyres weren't fired up properly.
Box.
Norris is 2 seconds off the pace. He must have been held up somewhere. Right, who is on a lap? Here comes the Alpine. Gasly just about to start his push lap. Russell now starting his flying lap. He's not too far away from the first split time. Who else is on a lap? Bortoletto in the Audi. So 28.2. Only a couple of tenths slower for Gasly. And across the line, and Gasly goes second. Here comes George. Goodness, Yaffe. Russell goes top by a couple of tenths. Right, let me have a quick look at tyre temps. Yeah, not even close to firing up, look. Not even close. It's too late for Stroll. Stroll's already started his flying run. Well, we can at least try and get a little bit more heat into Alonso's tyres.
Remember, mode push, mode push.
Did I unretire Kubica, Buemi, Vettel, and others? No, I didn't do anything to the driver pool. I left them exactly as they are in the Sector 33 update.
Yeah.
So when do these tyres actually get up to temperature? Look at that. This just Stroll's not even close. He's halfway around the lap, and there we go. Starting to fire up at the end of Sector 2. So that's not good at all. Did I have the Aston Martin save file to play as Aston Martin? No, it's I created the custom team as you're supposed to get the 11th team in, and then I just chose to play as Aston instead of as Cadillac. So Stroll has improved.
So right now you're
No,
P6.
Stroll did not improve. Alonso's not improving either. Does improve in the final sector, and that finds 0.3 of a second. But yeah, we're going to need to do 2 warm-up laps before we do our flying lap, I think, just to make sure that the tyres get up to speed. Oh, someone's locked up. Hits Fernando. I wasn't sure if it was us or in front because there was no tyre smoke. Oh, Antonelli's locked up at the same
But
turn.
this is what happened. Look at the Mercedes. Oh, all right so far. And there's the lockup.
Oh, that was
Just
a
unable
worse
to
lockup.
control the car by
That was
point.
much worse than Fernando's. So that's Kimi's lap ruined already. Where is Antonelli? There he is. Yeah, this will be an aborted lap now. I would imagine it is anyway. Yeah, he's crawling. He's not flying at all. Okay. Oscar with a purple first sector.
And white line. And you can stop on the marks, find pre-start revs, and then switch off.
Right, new set of tyres. Change the run plan. Let's go 2 flying laps. Get rid of the cool down lap. Confirm. Oh, I did put new tyres on for Alonso, did I? No, I didn't. There we go. New tyres. Right. Send Stroll that now. And then I'll wait a moment before I send Alonso.
Watch for Verstappen now. Just get some brake temp here.
Copy.
Hamilton goes P2 just behind George Russell. Wow, Leclerc's way off the pace, isn't it, at the moment? Here comes Kimi into the pits. In fact, no, he's in the pits. Garage is before you cross the line. That's why there's no final sector time there. Max is out there. Let's see where the Red Bull ends up. It's Albon just in front of him. And across the line, Albon goes P10, Max goes P4.
Clear ahead, charge off, and mode push.
All right. So this flying lap will not be a fast flying lap, but the tyres should be fully up to temperature and ready for the second lap, which you'll do straight after this one. Let's actually put it on Stroll. The downside is we might not have enough battery on the second run all the way across the lap. But I doubt we're going to get out of this session anyway. So let's just see how we do. Did I demote Stroll to a second driver, or he was? Yeah, no, he was already
No more overtaking.
in as car number 2. Alright, starts the lap. Tyres are very nicely cooking now. Alonso's actually found some time in the opening sector. His tyres are now switched on as he gets it into the second sector. So he's going to find some time on this lap, and then the next one should be even quicker. Stroll's down 6/10, and that might be down to not having enough battery at the start of the lap.
Copy.
Charles Leclerc just pumped in a 27.9 in the opening sector. Yeah, we're out of battery again. This is our battery value here on the right hand side of the wheel. Alonso's down again. Yeah, we didn't have the battery that we needed. Alonso might actually make it through, though, potentially.
Okay,
I mean,
press the
Leclerc
button
and
now.
Antonelli definitely out of position.
What position?
Stroll found a tiny bit of time in the final sector, but only the final sector. Leclerc goes top with a 121.3. That's a mighty lap. Alonso's not improving. You're always going on about Bogdanovic. Yeah, I mean, he's got a new headshot. But I'm not sure what his stats are. Can't actually look that up while we're
At one point you tell
making
me
our
we
way
are
back to
safe.
the
eh?
pits.
Understood.
He's a 73 overall.
Just watch him behind. Turn the pit limiter on. Stop on the marks, find pre-start revs, switch off.
All right, Antonelli absolutely flying. Definitely needs a lap here because he is bottom of the table at the moment. Hasn't set a competitive lap yet. Middle sector's not that good. Wonder if he got held up behind Alonso. Who is looking like he's going to get through at the moment. Stroll about to get eliminated, though. Here comes Kimi up to the line. Where's he going to end up? Purple final sector. He goes to P5. So yeah, that time he lost in the middle sector stopped him from going top there. Alonso down to 13th. as Bortoletto's popped up into P9. Stroll now down to 18th place. Make that 19th as Hulkenberg pops up to P9. Norris. Oh, Norris is out. Did he not start? He didn't come back out. I don't understand what happened to Norris there. We'll have to look at that at the moment. Sainz is out. That's a bit of a shock as well. Lawson looking to improve to knock out Colapinto. It's nip and tuck here. And he gets through, and Alonso has squeaked on through, but only because Lando Norris is out in 21st place. I have no idea what happened to Lando there, but it's enabled us to get through to the next session. Right, let's dig into the data view here. Go lap history for Norris. Looks like he got really badly blocked on his second run. Looks like he might have made a mistake somewhere that we didn't spot and aborted the run. But yeah, big shock there. He made a huge gain in the first sector. A huge gain in the middle sector, and then lost it all in the final sector. I don't know if that was because he got blocked or aborted. Yeah, very, very strange. Very strange indeed. So, Norris is out. Sainz in 22nd, Norris in 21st, Stroll 20th, Perez 19th, 18th for Valtteri, 17th for Colapinto. Those are the 6 drivers who have been eliminated here at the end of Q1. Up next is Q2. Alright, so now we know about the tyres not firing up. We can approach this session a little bit differently. I'm only going to have time for 2 runs with this new method, and we're not going to get out of this session. So we're going to start with this one and then use the new tyres to just try and get as high up the grid as we can. We'll have a set of soft tyres, which we might start with. But I don't expect us to be running 2 sets of softs in the race. So it's probably going to be a soft, hard, medium, or maybe a medium, hard, medium, something like that. So I'm not overly concerned about burning through my softs here. We're going to take manual control of Alonso.
Copy.
Aston in the pits. That's Gasly. Alright, so this first lap, we're going to basically be putting some heat into the tyres and burning a bit of fuel off, but we're not going to mess around with the battery.
Copy.
And then the next lap will be the proper push lap with full battery and tyres in the right window. Now in the window, battery is full. And off we go.
Copy.
That sounds so much faster. Should hopefully see a massive improvement here because we're 5 seconds off Albon here. First split coming up. 28.8. That's better. Slower than Alex. And again, we're on scrub tyres at 72%, so we'll be doing the same thing again, but with a brand new set of tyres towards the end of the section. .95. So we're down about 9/10 on Gasly's time at the moment.
Confirm.
Why didn't we harvest that extra little bit of battery there? We should have done. Oh, no, it's been capped at 7 and it hasn't changed there on the UI. Okay. Pits we go. And we went from being 5 seconds off the pace to being 2 seconds off the pace.
Copy.
That's progress, I suppose. Let's have a look at the bear. So he gets blocked a little bit there by Gasly, making his way back to the pits. Final corner. And he's a second off the pace almost. Right, let's watch the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Oh shit, that should have been on harvest. Oopsie.
Copy.
This is a good lap for Max. But hasn't got a proper fast car to set his benchmark against at the moment yet.
Copy.
We'll see how Leclerc does. Oh, someone's in the wall. Oh, shit. No, it's Alonso's run out of fuel. He didn't box. Why didn't you box? That's it. We're out of qualifying. Ah, fuck. I keep forgetting about that weird bug where, you know, you'll go 2 flying laps without a cooldown lap, and you take manual control, and then the driver just doesn't box on his in lap. It stays out there. That's exactly what just happened. Crap. All right, well, let's speed through the next bit of qualifying. Get to the end of this session. See who's going to do the shootout. And then we'll just have to sim the shootout because we won't be in it. Alright, everyone back into this. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. Leclerc currently top. Hamilton's just gone out again. We might see some others piling out in a second. Gasly's out there. Here comes Russell. And is that Bortoletto behind him? Yes, it is. Oh, and Hulkenberg. They're both coming out. That's Ocon in the background. Ollie Behrman looking to improve. Can he make it through? Oh, he's just into the top 10. Will he stay there? Lindblad's in the pits, not coming back out, it would seem. Lawson is on a lap. Everyone's out now. Well, pretty much everybody. Leclerc's done. He's not going again. Doesn't need to. Neither is Antonelli. Neither is Max or Hadjar. Albon has started his lap. Can he squeeze that Williams into the top 10? Needs to find half a second to do it. He's not found much, if anywhere. It's not found any time at all. It's not a good first sector. Gasly behind has found an improvement, but he's probably safe anyway. Might be tight here for Bortoletto. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, he just crosses the line in time. Hamilton just went purple in sector 1. Here comes Gasly. There's Albon in front. Albon not looking like he's going to make it through. No improvement at all. Gasly moves up a couple of places to 5th. But Hamilton is looking very quick here. Lawson looking to improve as well. Here is Lawson. He looks slow here at the end. Now he looks like he's a bit quicker again. It's enough. He gets into the top 10. Can Bortoletto knock him out? He's the only one left who can. Ocon did not start his lap in time. So he is toast. Hamilton went top. Russell's about to try and do that himself. Russell does go top just by 21 thousandths. Hulkenberg goes to P7. Bortoletto's out, but improves. Lawson gets knocked out, and Piastri only just made it through. Very, very strange qualifying for McLaren here, with Norris out in P20. And Oscar getting through by the skin of his teeth. Look at that, just 16 thousandths of a second. Tiny margin there. So, in the end, it's Lawson, Behrman, Albon, Ocon, Lindblad, and Alonso who are out in Q2. Let's see who sticks it on pole. It's Max. Max puts it on pole ahead of the two Mercedes of Antonelli, then Russell. Leclerc P4, Gasly P5, Hamilton 6th, 7th for Piastri, 8th for Hadjar, and then the two Audis that are showing us kick Saubers for some reason. The two Audis in 9th and 10th.
Well, the fans here are all set, every one of them eagerly awaiting the 58 laps of today's race.
Albert Park often seems to set teammate against teammate, from Hill and Villeneuve dueling for the 1996 win to Bottas beating fellow Mercedes driver and pole sitter Hamilton to the win in 2019.
The Albert Park circuit is bursting with rapid corners and a long straight where drivers can push their speed to the limits. Good attention to medium speed downforce will likely make beating this beast of a track just a little bit easier. Race day has arrived, and the time has almost come for these drivers to fight it out, wheel to wheel.
Okay, let's get our strategists selected then. So the default that's been offered to us is medium, hard, medium. I might do that. Let's have a look and configure this a little bit. Give us a little bit of leeway on these tyres. The other option is to look at doing that. That might be a little bit better. In which case, maybe a soft medium might work. That is slower than that, interestingly. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to get that any quicker than that. Okay. We go medium, hard, medium, and push like that. Bring that forward a bit. I think that's our best option. Yeah, alright. Let's go with that then. Medium, hard, medium. Where's the sun? Might just go medium, medium, hard. Let's do that. Let's go medium, medium, hard. So... go, and then we can be super aggressive with those tyres if we need to be, like that. Okay, let's take a look at Stroll, whose tyre wear probably won't be as good. Go. I do fully expect us to be lapped at least once here. How much fuel is it? 1.2 kilos per lap. The car's definitely more fuel efficient than they were pre-2026. Let's take 2 laps of fuel out. Yeah, let's just take 2 laps out. And then we'll go aggressive off the line. Again, defaulting to previous version lap times for Q3. I didn't notice that. Check that in a second. Evening PR. Evening Clark. Go. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, much quicker. That might explain why Max was on pole. All right, we are prepped and ready. The start of the Australian Grand Prix is next.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race. If Pierre Gasly's feeling the pressure, he's certainly not showing it.
That's a really strong starting position for them in P5. They just need to keep it clean and sensible in the race.
Right, let's get to it then. Brace yourselves for the Australian Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
We're off. Let's see how we do. Oh, a little bit of carnage there. Colapinto losing a good chunk of his front wing, clipping Hulkenberg, who went off.
And we've had a crash on track.
So we're going to see Hulkenberg get squeezed off the track, and then he's going to clip Colapinto as he tries to come back on. It's because Colapinto got squeezed off into him.
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
And that looks like a terminal front wing failure, so he's going to have to box. Yeah, that's a terminal front wing failure, so he's going to have to box. There's substantial damage to Hulkenberg, but he could carry on.
No problem.
Norris is past Stroll. I just... Stroll did the hard work of keeping him behind through turn 3 and then just gave up, and he just drove straight past him in turn 4. Alonso's looking really punchy here.
I cannot
the
push
start.
any harder than this.
We've got the 2 Cadillacs right behind us as well. In fact, Valtteri's trying to overtake us. No, don't get me. No, no. Damn it, we've been overtaken by Cadillac. Right, let's calm things down a bit now. Now that the first lap's out of the way.
Copy.
Oh god, both Cadillacs ahead of me. How did that happen? Alright, we're back in front of Perez. Got a run here on Valtteri, or we did have a run on Valtteri, briefly. There's Norris and Stroll. And Sainz.
Yep.
New front wing for Franco Colapinto. Hulkenberg has a penalty.
He can't race against this guy.
We will totally catch them up, okay? Right, no DRS.
Okay.
So now we're going to have to listen to Stroll, you know, just bitching and moaning all the way through this race. Yeah, it's not working. Alonso, unfortunately, I don't think has GP2 as part of his dialogue, but that would be quite funny if we heard that. New fastest lap for Charles Leclerc. It's not showing on screen. A 123.9. And we'll be changing this leaderboard to hide the tyre wear completely for tomorrow's race. I forgot to change that over. Stroll getting a little bit of a launch out of turn 2, but not able to get past Norris. Alonso has now been dropped by Valtteri. Perez all over him. Hear the slow, sudden burst of power as the battery kicks in. It's like really bad turbo lag. Sainz gets past. Roll down to P20.
We still have a chance.
Oh dear. Straight through.
Okay, you got this.
Yeah.
We're now 2 seconds off the back of Valtteri.
Copy.
But we are at the heady heights of P16. No doubt helped by the fact that Hulkenberg and Colapinto have not had the best of starts. So we're closing back up a little bit on Valtteri. So Alonso looks like he might have a chance to beat the Cadillacs today. Stroll is hopefully going to beat Hulkenberg. Depends how severe that damage is to his car. Hasn't changed his front wing yet. He may well still have damage to the chassis or the suspension after that impact from Colapinto. It's a little bit harsh to have given Hulkenberg that penalty. There wasn't really anywhere for him to go. It's not like Franco was on the track. He was getting pushed onto the runoff himself. So, yeah, it just feels a little harsh to give Hulkenberg that penalty. But Assuming they change his wing and then serve that penalty at the same time, that's a 13+ second stop. And he is going to have to come in fairly soon because his tyres are already not looking great. Let's skip to the front. George Russell trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Max Verstappen. Leclerc is 4th, Gasly P5 with Hamilton right behind. Hamilton on hard tyres. The only one who started on the hards. Colapinto changed to hards when he changed his front wing. Leclerc and Hulkenberg on softs. Everyone else on the mediums. Perez gets through, or does he? Nah, we hold him off. Just. Norris still tucked up behind the pair of us. Down in 18th place. It's going to be a horrible afternoon for Lando. Piastri's not having the greatest race so far. P7. Hamilton all over the back of Gasly, trying to find a way through. Let's see if we can get him here. Close enough, but he should be well positioned to have an attempted run into turn 1 or turn 3. It might be that he's going to have to stay behind for a few laps yet. Wait till Gasly's tyres wear out a bit more. Little faint half look there. Nothing doing really. Alonso's still keeping Perez at bay. Norris is back up there again. Looks like we are getting some battery back in the car. We might try and splurge that in a moment. In fact, we're actually looking relatively close to Valtteri at the moment, so let's go after him.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Stroll now 5 seconds off the back of Sainz and Co. It's going to be a miserable afternoon for Stroll. Close now to Valtteri. Can we maybe get him? And now we're out of battery again. So we're not going to be able to have much of a concerted effort to get through here. We have a couple of corners to make the move, and that's it. Yeah, we're not close enough. All right, let's go into top up.
Okay.
Hulkenberg has now caught the back of Stroll, which, considering he's missing pretty much half of front wing, speaks volumes about just how shit this car driver combination really is.
Yeah, it's okay, it's good.
Can we hold him back before he boxes? Because he's going to be in soon. Those tyres really, really struggling now.
Mode push.
Okay.
Hulkenberg does have DRS behind.
Oh, this is something I've not seen before. Let's have a look. Can you see the front wing active aero not work with a broken front wing? We're not going to get a good view on that car. So let's do it this way. And is this going to break the rear wing? Not moving. Well, the rear wing's moving. So is the front wing. Ah, that's interesting. Normally, because again, we're going on the old model, and it might be to do with the way that the cars are scripted now, but for the active aero. But if they took damage on the rear wing, it killed their ability to use DRS. Let's see if we can now see that even if the front wing's severely damaged, you'll still get the active aero on the front wing. We'll have to see about the rear wing when someone loses a chunk out their rear wing. Alonso down behind Lando Norris. Something's happened to Perez. The Sainz has got past him, and he's slipped away from the back of Sainz as well. We're under pressure, or about to be under real pressure. From Carlos Sainz, there he is, just 4 tenths behind us. And this now is Norris's chance to try and push through. Hamilton has cleared Gasly now. Let's see if he can pull away from him.
Let's recharge a bit.
Copy.
And we've broken away from Hulkenberg.
Ridiculous.
Damn it, Sainz has got through. Alonso trying to hang it around the outside. Just runs Sainz over the curbs. And we do hold on to the position. How long do we stop? Let's have a look. Lap 20. And we'll have a tiny bit of tyre wear to play with by the look of it. Norris has still not got past Valtteri. Have a lunge. No. Thought better of it. Looks like we're going to be one of the last people to box based on what our tyre wear is looking like against everyone else's. Hamilton, Colpin's already stopped, but burning through his new hards. But everyone else's tyres are in various stages of not so good compared to ours. They're in much better shape. Is Norris out of battery? No, it didn't deploy for whatever reason. Is this the lap that Hulkenberg boxes? Yes, he's coming in. So this will be a wing change. And a 5-second penalty as well. And out he goes. Penalty served, and not too far away from being lapped. Russell has got ahead of Verstappen. Antonelli third, Leclerc fourth. He's going to be in for tyres soon as well. Not this lap. See, Hamilton's closing in. Piastri has now got ahead of Gasly. Norris has still not made it past Valtteri. Can't find a way through yet. He's thinking about it. I think he's trying to drive in clean air. The way he switched positions to get back out of the slipstream there when Valtteri cut back across. I am wondering if he's either in super aggressive overtake or if he's trying to drive in clean air, because he doesn't look like he's trying to follow. I think he's in driving clean air. Maybe he's trying to cool his tyres down. Those tyres must be on fire. As Piastri and Gasly having a scrap in the background. Oh, Gasly is the braver of the two.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have more straight line speed.
There goes Sainz getting through. Can we get him around the outside here? No.
Copy.
We can get him potentially around the outside at 3. Nope, we got squeezed on the apex on the interior apex of 4. Had to back out of it.
Difficult to get close, mate.
And we're barely saving any fuel. We're at 2.3 kilos. We were at 2.5, 2.6 when I stopped the fuel save. We barely saved any fuel in these opening laps. And Charles Leclerc is coming in. It's a decent stop for Red Bull. It's a slowish stop there for Leclerc. Hard tyres going on. What did Max put on? I didn't spot. Has he gone hards as well? Yes, he has. Bortoletto coming in. That looked pretty smooth. Perez coming in for Cadillac. Let's see what Cadillac. I was going to say the Cadillac kit crew. Let's see what the Cadillac pit crew looks like. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Copy.
All right, leader George Russell into the pits. Where's Max? Max is ahead of Hadjar. That's good. He needed to be. Not a bad stop for George. Goes onto a set of soft tyres. So he's going to have a lot of very, very fast grip for a little while. There's Max. Max is going to stay behind. I wonder if Mercedes will bring in Antonelli and see if they can get an undercut going. Or an overcut, sorry. Load of cars boxing in front of us. Lindblad, Bottas, and Sainz all coming in. We're going another sort of 4 laps or so yet. 4 or 5 laps before we stop. Stroll getting through. Behrman's tyres are almost completely gone. They're in puncture territory, as are Gasly's. Antonelli is in. Away he goes. Gasly and Piastri both coming in. That's a pretty good stop from McLaren there. Oh, bad stop for Gasly. Isaac's had his stop. Ocon's gone round again. There's Fernando in the background.
Copy.
Everybody behind
Like
Stroll has
laps
stopped for a new
shipping
set of
them out?
tyres. Oh, are we going to get ahead? Oh, very tight, but we just got ahead of Alex Albon there. That could have been messy. We could have had a collision there. So not many left to stop now. Both of our drivers, Norris, Ocon, Lawson and Hamilton. Hamilton had started on those hard tyres. Ocon is... Well, he's going to have to stop this lap or he's going to risk one of his tyres exploding. He's holding up his former teammate Gasly, though, at the moment. Which might be why he's staying out, just to annoy him. Those two famously do not like each other. And in comes Ocon. Let's see where he's going to feed back out. Norris coming in as well. Out he goes.
Okay to push.
Norris has gone for another set of mediums. There is Stroll. Gets ahead of Norris. And then gets back ahead of Albon as well. Gotta say, I'm impressed with Stroll there. Now he's immediately going to lose the place, isn't he? Oh, gotta say, I'm impressed with you there, Stroll. And immediately does something to make me less impressed.
Struggling, man. We're just too slow.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Just keep going. Next car behind is Norris.
Oh, that's an easy dive bomb there for Oscar. Oh, Albon's out. Oh, he's hit Stroll. Oh, wow. Maybe Stroll hit Albon, I don't know, but we're out.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Bugger. All right. Medium tyres. We'll do an extra lap just to save a lap of wear and tear. The safety car's not going to pick us up this lap, but we will save our fuel and refill the battery.
Now it looks like, yes it is, Alex Albon's involved in that.
So, let's see what happened here. Was it Albon spinning off and then collecting us and he came back on? Oh, yep, that's exactly what it was. Oh,
What an idiot.
this might be a red flag.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today, that is for sure.
What a joke.
Gotta say, Stroll was the innocent party there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
A lot of swearing going on. That'll be a penalty for Albon. Guarantee you that. You know, he bounced across, hit us as we were trying to avoid him, which put us into the barrier to spin back across the track.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
So, not the best start to the season. One car potentially completely written off.
Okay, box.
This has worked out beautifully for Hamilton. Russell's coming in again. Is Russell going to put on a set of hard tyres? Well, no, Hamilton's going to have to box again. Because he's gone hard to hard. George is in, and this might be him trying to go the distance. We're only on what, lap 18, 19, no, lap 20. That's a long way to go on those hard tyres. Hamilton gets out ahead of Leclerc, so this has worked out really nicely for Lewis Hamilton here with the timing of that safety car. Let's see how nice it is for us. We're P9 right now, about to go P10 as Bortoletto goes through. There he goes. It's not a bad stop, 2.6 seconds. Are we going to get out in front of Norris? It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight. We might just do this. We have. We have got ahead of Norris. Look at that. P13. Fantastic. I doubt we're going to stay there, but yeah, that's pretty good. That safety car timing worked out beautifully for Alonso. It's just a shame it cost me Stroll to do it. Right, let's take advantage of the safety car and pop a quick advert break while we wait for the field to form.
Okay.
1 and 58. So we have 38 laps to go after this one. No, including this one. Depending on how the tyre wear goes on this stint, we could potentially go to a set of softs instead of a set of hards at the end. A long safety car will certainly help. This has definitely helped Hulkenberg by getting him right back onto the pack and the whole field condensing back up again. Don't know why George stopped again. That's a stop that boggles the mind a little bit. Don't know why he wouldn't have just stayed out there. Ferrari now 3rd and 4th, with Russell having made that extra stop down in 5th. Oscar 6th, Gasly 7th, Hadjar 8th. Then it's Bortoletto and Behrman to round out the top 10. Lawson, Ocon, then Alonso. Norris in 14th place. 15th for Lindblad. 16th for Valtteri, the first of the two Cadillacs, our big rival this year. 17th for Sainz, then 18th for Perez. 19th for Colapinto, 20th for Hulkenberg, and it's 2 retirements. Stroll taken out as an unlucky passenger as Albon bounced back onto the track, having smashed into the wall at speed. And he does have a penalty, which will be applied to qualifying in the next Grand Prix. And we are going racing at the end of this lap. We have a bit of spare fuel, which is nice. We have a fully charged up battery.
Yeah,
This is also nice. Let's see if we can
Copy.
do something on the restart here.
Copy.
At the very least, it would be nice to hold position against Norris. Here he comes. He's going to have a little look. He's not going to get through, though.
Copy.
Big lift. What the hell was that about? Norris is going to slink on through as a result.
Wow. Copy.
Yeah, copy, mate.
Okay, copy.
We were on for both drivers actually hitting their sponsor targets as things stood before that crash. Stroll's target was 21st, Alonso's was 20th, I think. Yeah, 20th. Temperature now 29.9, so as near as can be to 30 degrees. Should stay around this mark for the rest of the race now. Finish in the top 18, I will consider that a win. Extra cherry on top for beating both of the Cadillacs as well.
Copy.
Hamilton now starting to put some pressure on Kimi Antonelli. Might start bringing these streams forward an hour to start at 7 instead of 8. Max is scampering away a little bit. I don't think anyone can go the distance. Even George, I think, is going to have to stop again. So we should have another round of pit stops, but I do expect to see quite a few cars now going onto a set of softs at the end. If George doesn't go to a set of softs, then there was absolutely no point to that pit stop whatsoever. But I've been surprised at Max's pace today. He's looking on pole in unusual circumstances. But his race pace has been pretty good. Let's check back in with Fernando. And let's make a little play after Norris again.
Copy.
See if we can get a little bit closer to him.
Okay.
Maybe leave Lindblad behind.
Yeah, tires are good now.
We've got some tyre to play with. Let's go full attack on the tyres for a lap or two.
Copy.
That's just over a second. And we are opening up a nice little lead over Lindblad. That's now a 3-second gap.
Okay.
Just not quite able to get back onto Norris again without completely destroying the battery. We might see Lindblad start to close up again soon. We are just about hanging around in the slipstream, and with Norris and Ocon stuck behind Liam Lawson at the moment, which might help keep us in play. Norris has slipped back a look. All of a sudden, Fernando's getting quite close again.
Okay.
We've lost that momentum. And Norris finally looks like he's going to get the move done. And does. Lawson slipping down the order. Look how wide Norris goes. And we're getting ready to start seeing another round of pit stops. Hulkenberg, Colapinto, Bottas, Sainz, Ocon, Gasly and Antonelli all starting to run down a little bit. Liam says, might just watch these races instead of real life because it's less painful than being a real life Aston fan. Give it time. we could end up being worse by the end of our first season than Aston actually become at the end of their first season in reality. You never know. Stranger things have happened. But we are a little bit higher than we probably would have been naturally, simply because of that safety car coming out when it did. We would have been lower down the order had we not been able to make that cheap pit stop. We seem to have acquitted ourselves reasonably well. Definitely on for a top 15 finish, which would be a big achievement. Heading back to the front, Max still leads on lap 33. Antonelli's still close behind him, but he's going to need to stop soon. Hamilton's tyres in excellent shape right now. He's starting to apply pressure again. And George and Leclerc also very, very tight as well. In fact, George might have a run at the inside. He's quite close enough this lap. We've got the top five all in a train, nose to tail. Then it's about a 4-second gap back to Oscar Piastri. He's 5.5 seconds clear of Gasly with Hadjar right there. So we're starting to see a few great little groups forming. Welcome back, Vito. It's going reasonably well. Better than initially expected, although we've lost Lance Stroll thanks to being caught up in a collision with Alex Albon. Colapinto's in. Let's see, is this for hard tyres? Or is that mediums? It's mediums. Oh, Stroll was the innocent party. He was collected. Albon went off in the usual way. You know, went flying off here on the exit of this turn here, hit the barrier, skidded back across the track, and despite trying to avoid it, Stroll couldn't avoid it and got hit himself, which speared him into the barrier and back across the track as well. I'm amazed it didn't actually throw a red flag with two cars parked on the track like that, but it was just a safety car. Albon with a penalty now for the next Grand Prix. Antonelli's in. Going to try and undercut Max Verstappen as we see George having a look at Charles Leclerc. Leclerc just able to hold him off. Antonelli will feed out behind Isaac Hadjar. Will he get out in front of Bortoletto? Yes, he will. Fernando now up to P12.
struggling a little bit.
How are we looking on tyres? Looking pretty good. Let's push them. Valtteri's in for Cadillac. And comes out just behind Colapinto. Let's keep an eye on Kimi here, see how quick he can be on those new tyres. As Bortoletto's into the pits. Norris now into the top 10, but does need to stop. In fact, he might be about to make a move here on Ollie Behrman. Where's my cursor gone? There it is. Oh no, he could not get the move done. He's lost a lot of momentum as well.
Copy.
A whole host of cars boxing. They're all going to probably get an undercut on me now. Let's really push the tyres now. Gasly trying to find his way past us.
Yeah, copy.
And Antonelli looks like he's flying. He's about to round the final turn. So he goes hunting down Isaac Hadjar. Let's see what his lap time is. Norris is in. It's a 1:23.1. 1.7 seconds quicker than race leader Max Verstappen. So the undercut is definitely on. Oh, look at how Alonso's carefully positioning the car there. Trapping Gasly, stopping him from being able to get through. Norris speeds out behind Checo Perez. New hard tyres to take him to the end.
Okay, copy. Understood.
And Max is in. So this is a critical stop for Max. Is he about to be jumped by Kimi Antonelli? Hard tyres on. Antonelli's rounding the final turn now. Are we going to see him go flying through? I think we might. Yes, we will. Hadjar goes through. Antonelli goes through. There he is. And Antonelli looking to get past Hadjar. Couldn't make it stick. Gasly and Alonso fighting over position. We are currently in the points. Not only because we haven't stopped yet, but if we get another safety car situation pop up and get another cheap pit stop, that would be glorious. Antonelli has still not cleared Hadjar. Gasly's having another run at us. Once again, Alonso looks to have shut that down. It's a yellow flag. Bortoletto running very wide.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now this was the Sauber. Well, things are okay at this stage. The wheels just lock up there.
Lucky not to
But
clip the
that's
barrier
just the
there.
risk you take. The later you leave it.
Norris gets on through.
Copy.
And Perez is in.
Okay, copy, box.
Out he goes on the set of mediums. I'll drop him to the back of the grid behind teammate Valtteri. There is Bottas. Still, Gasly has not got through. Which, when you consider the difference in tyres, it speaks volumes. But having said that, Antonelli has yet to get past Hadjar. And again, just perfectly positioning the car there to stop the attempt on either side. Behrman hits the pits. So does Fernando.
Box.
Gasly is finally released. Pretty nice stop. 2.6 seconds. It's not bad. Come out behind Colapinto. Yes, we are. So we're down to 17th place. But we're now on fresh tyres to take us to the end of the Grand Prix. We've got 19 laps to go, including this one. Antonelli still cannot get past Isaac Hadjar. Oh, and there we go. Hadjar finally hits the pits. He is very much Mexican Minister of Defense version 2.0 there. Keeping Antonelli at bay for a long old time. Oscar feeds out, and it's a set of mediums for him. Leclerc's tyres now really struggling. George still stuck behind him. Giving him melt. How close is this mod to the actual season? Don't know yet. This is the first race. We'll see as it progresses. Oh, both Ferraris are stopping at the same time. Oh, this is a bad decision. This is going to hurt Leclerc. To stack them. Well, they didn't have to stack them. They chose to stack them. Russell leads, but he needs to stop again. Antonelli now effectively is the race leader. Max a couple of seconds behind him. Then Hamilton. Oh, yellow flag. Is this... So this is a safety car. This would have
There's
played
a
out
yellow flag now.
beautifully for George.
Let's have a look at that. Here we are then at the 11th corner. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing
Clumsy,
into the
just
barrier.
clipping the
Thankfully,
barrier like
though,
that,
they
and have
come
lost
away
some
from
front
that
wing.
unharmed. And clearly then, not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
Big damage for Franco. I went with option 2 for the Macarena wing. There we go, another wing change. Alonso, P17, right on the back of Hulkenberg. See if we can get through.
Yes. Copy.
Alright, we've got the run. Can we get the move done? Cut back to the outside line. Sudden deployment of battery gets us ahead into the braking zone, and we are through to P16.
Understood. Yes.
Let's hope for a yes, bye-bye. We didn't get that. Maybe next time. If there is a next time. Lawson's tyres are down to the canvas.
Okay.
Under pressure from Esteban Ocon. New fastest lap for Charles Leclerc. It is a 122.3 as he's scrapping with Hamilton. Hulkenberg got back ahead.
Yeah, struggling.
So Norris is going to actually end up in the points after all. After that abysmal qualifying session. New fastest lap for Hamilton, a 122.2. Russell still hasn't stopped yet either. If he tries to go the distance, he won't make it. Lawson hasn't boxed. He's now asking, he's just asking for a puncture at this point. Jules is losing 2 seconds a lap at the moment. I'd love to hear him just screaming GP2 engine. We do have the worst engine at the moment. Now it's Leclerc with the fastest lap of 1:22.0. The Ferraris are coming alive, and they have caught the back of Verstappen. Antonelli's now just 5 seconds off the back of George. His tyres now getting right down to the canvas. And finally, Lawson is in. Going on. Oh, it's a chance. There's a chance. I couldn't quite get ahead of him. I mean, we wouldn't have stayed ahead of him. He's on brand new soft tyres. But we almost got through. Let's see if Russell boxes. Yes, he does. Right, where's he going to feed out? Behind Oscar. Wow, he stayed out on those tyres way too long. And he's put on hards, hasn't he? He's put on another set of hard tyres. So he did not have softs available. He's only just ahead of Hadjar. 6.5 seconds behind Piastri now. And that puts him 16 seconds behind teammate Antonelli. It's a lot to try and make up, both in terms of time and positions.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lawson has taken off like a rat up a drain pipe. Now that you think about it, Alonso's had such bad luck in F01, it's kind of sad. I do think it's a shame he never got more than 2 championships. He certainly had the talent to deserve at least a 3rd world championship. I'm just wondering if we're going to see him go back to Alpine again. He might call quits on Aston at the end of the year and go to Alpine for next season to replace Colapinto. Partner up with Gasly. That would be an interesting lineup. And it would be his 4th time at that team as well. having a little look. Not quite able to squeeze it through. He's been fairly solid recently, yeah, but he needs to be consistent across the whole season. If he's not, and a driver like Alonso becomes available, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, ever since he left them the first time, Team Enstone has basically become Alonso's safety net. Because he joined them and won his 2 titles after his stint with Minardi. Then left to go to McLaren for 1 season, came back to Team Enstone for 2008-2009, then went to Ferrari and had 4 years at Ferrari. Went back to McLaren and then went back to Team Enstone again. Of course, now he's at Aston. It'd be interesting to see, what he does. Whether he goes back again to Team Enstone, given that they are on the upward trajectory at the moment and have got that big Gucci deal for next season, which would certainly pay for Alonso's wages. All right, 8 laps to go. Antonelli leads Max Verstappen by 1.5 seconds. The 2 Ferraris are right on the back of him. Then it's Piastri P5. Russell in P6 is closing down at a good old rate. Took 1.5 seconds out of Piastri on that previous lap. Hadjar P7, Gasly's P8. Then it's Ocon and Norris rounding out the top 10. Reminder that Norris had to start from pretty much the back of the grid after an abysmal qualifying, so he go out Q1. Alonso P17. Looks like the top 15 finish might be just beyond us. But I think we've given ourselves a reasonable account of ourselves. Didn't word that very well, but I'm very, very tired. Yeah, we've given a decent account of ourselves. We're ahead of both of the Cadillacs, which is the important thing. Technically, McLaren's always been a British team because it was founded by Bruce McLaren, but it was founded here in the UK. I know it did race with a Kiwi on the team Heraldry for a little while. Oh, Hamilton's out. Hamilton is out. Is that a puncture? No, it's a crash. So it looks like Leclerc had got through, and then a lock-up from Hamilton into the barrier, and he is out. He was on for a podium. Now he's on for nothing. Is this a safety car? It's a VSC. How many laps are left? I'm debating throwing on a set of soft tyres for the closing laps. But I'm going to end up at the back of the grid if I do that. And possibly lapped. I've got to stay out.
So sorry about that, guys. Did that big time, man.
So that's going to be a P16 then, once we get past the wreckage of Hamilton's Ferrari.
See, okay? Copy.
I doubt that the car will still be there when we go through, but you never know. Let's have a look. Yeah, they've cleared it already. Wondering why Hamilton's currently still showing in P12. It's because he's been teleported back to the pits. That's why, despite going past where he wrecked and retired, we still haven't technically gone past him yet.
Understood.
There's the Ferrari garage, and now we're through.
Copy. Copy.
So it's going to be a very, very close finish to this race between Antonelli, Verstappen and Leclerc. They're all very close to each other. And Antonelli is nursing the worst tyres of the group because he boxed early to get that undercut and get back into the lead. VSC is ending.
Copy.
Let's go back on the attack.
Copy.
Russell could and should get past Piastri in the closing laps.
Copy. Understood.
So Lawson down to 3 seconds by absolutely rinsing our battery here. Lawson still hasn't been able to get past Nico Hulkenberg. There they are in front of us. Not that far ahead at all. Gasly slipping down the order as Ocon gets through.
Copy.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you want to view it. I mean, you could say that McLaren is still a British team, but they're owned by the McLaren Group, which is owned, or at least majority shareholder owned by a Bahraini investment fund. It's either an investment fund or, you know, Bahraini businessman. I can't remember if it's one or the other, but yeah, they don't have British ownership anymore. It's like Williams is a British team, but they're owned by Dalton Capital, which is an American firm. So, I mean, they have American ownership, but they're still a British team.
Copy. Understood.
Alpine is a British team. It's what used to be Tolman before Benetton bought it. And then it became Renault. And then Renault sold the team. And then came back again and bought it back again. Because it was Lotus powered by a Renault engine. But Renault themselves had sold the team, and then they bought it back again, and they're still the owners now, but they've always been based at Enstone.
Copy.
Charles Leclerc hunting down Max Verstappen. Looks like Antonelli might survive here. And there's back markers as well. That's a Cadillac in front. That's got to be Valtteri. No, that was Perez. It's Antonelli's coming up to the back of Colapinto and Bottas now.
Copy.
Russell has cleared Piastri and left him for dead. He's lapping very much quicker at the moment. But not enough time left for him to catch up to the back of Charles Leclerc. There is George in the background. Alonso is 2 seconds adrift of Lindblad, Lawson and Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg's tyres are in rough shape. We've got a lap and a half to go. So let's see if you'll see us in the shot. There, just saw a little flash through the trees. There we are. Let's just deploy everything we got left and see if we can get lucky. Oh, Antonelli's lost a chunk of time in the traffic. This is going to be tight. I think he'll just hold on. So Antonelli's going to take the opening win of the season.
Okay.
Antonelli wins. Max second. Leclerc is third. Can we catch Liam Lawson and co? We are so close.
And Mercedes take home the win.
Honestly, even their harshest critic would be hard-pressed to say that they didn't thoroughly deserve that win.
Look how many tyres are right down in puncture territory here. Are not going to get any further up the field. We're going to be P16, but we've beaten both of the Cadillacs, which was the main target, was to beat them. We've achieved our sponsor target with Alonso comfortably. I think we could have beaten the sponsor target with Stroll. There we go. Alonso home and hosed in P16. Not a bad first outing, but definitely a lot of work to do on the car.
And that's another race done for Fernando Alonso.
And for them, it's P16 and no points from today's race.
A world-class performance from the Mercedes driver as they take to the podium to celebrate.
It's a really emotional moment to be up there celebrating your first win.
Well, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park, but it was a thrilling weekend here for us all at the Australian Grand Prix. So, Karun, with the garages full of activity, what's the mood like down at Aston Martin now?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And that's about that for this weekend here in Melbourne.
Join us for the next round as we head to Shanghai for all the excitement of the Chinese Grand Prix.
So, confirmation then of the final result. Kimi Antonelli takes the opening win of the season ahead of Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc in third completes the podium. George in fourth did get the fastest lap. Then it was Oscar in P5. Hadjar P6, Ocon P7. Norris coming from 21st to get back up into 8th, aided by the field closing up with that safety car. Then it was Gasly in P9. Ollie Behrman completes the top 10 for the final points ahead of Carlos Sainz and Gabriel Bortoleto. Bortoleto in 11th. Then Sainz up 10 places from the very back of the grid to finish in 12th. Hulkenberg 13th, 14th for Lawson, 15th for Lindblad, just 0.1019 seconds behind his teammate at the end there. 19 thousandths. That's a very tight margin across the line. Alonso in 16th, last car on the lead lap. Then it was Bottas, Colapinto and Perez to round out the last of the runners. They were all a lap down. 3 retirements. Hamilton losing control of his car in the closing laps, locking up at turn 7, hitting the barrier and breaking the car. And Alex Albon losing control in dramatic fashion, slamming into the barrier, skidding back across the track and collecting Stroll, forcing both of them out and a retirement, and a safety car as a result. There will be a 3-place penalty for Alex Albon in the next Grand Prix. So in the driver's standings, it is Kimi with the opening win on 25 points. And we are there in P16. In the constructors' standings, it's Mercedes top with 37 points, Red Bull second with 26, 15 for Ferrari in third, a point ahead of McLaren, who are 14. Haas with 7, Alpine with 2 points. And then the teams that haven't got points in order, it's Sauber from Williams, RB, Aston, and Cadillac. We are in our target position of 10th. So off to a decent start. In the pit stops, we also got the quickest stop of the day, which is very nice. We never got the chance to make a stop with Stroll, unfortunately, I don't think. So, or did we? No, we didn't, unfortunately. There you see our 2 stops. We had the quickest stop and a 2.635. Would have been quick enough for the top spot as well. So we technically had the 2 quickest stops of the day, but on the same car. McLaren takes 2nd, Mercedes 3rd, Williams in 4th, Cadillac in 5th, then RB 6th and 8th with a Sauber in between them, and Alpine get the last 2 positions. No Ferrari, no Red Bull in the top 10 there. So we sit top with 25 points. Then it's McLaren with 18, 15 for Mercedes, 12 apiece for Williams and RB. Cadillac with 10 points, 6 points for Sauber, and Alpine with 3. Then it's Haas from Red Bull and Ferrari. No finish at all means no money from Stroll, but Alonso beats his sponsor target, so we get another $500,000 to add to our bank balance. Let's head back to HQ and see where things stand. Okay, so we've got a boosted rating for Taito Kato, up to a 66. Another chassis is built, so we've now got 2, well, let's say we've got 2 spares. We've just destroyed one, unfortunately. Our new underfloor is ready to start building. I've got 1.3 mil, so we can afford to get a couple of these going. 7 days apiece. We will have these in time for Suzuka. So that'll be nice. Can I afford 3? I don't think I can. Ooh, yes, I can, just. There we go. So, new underfloor's coming. As you can see, negligible impact on our speed, but they will give us a bit more downforce. And then we'll get a little tiny boost to our dirty air performance and take a bit more weight off the car as well. Don't have any more money for a while, so we can't get any more projects done. Let's see. Oh my word, look at that. That's 4 parts broken, including a brand new chassis, a new front wing, a new rear wing, and a new suspension. All the Mark II upgrades are the parts that got destroyed. Lovely. Alright, let's install the spares. Go. Right, let's take a look at the powertrain situation, because this is going to be painful, I'm sure. Yeah, not great. 76, 72, and 62. Could have been worse. And of course, we do have the extra engine in gearbox and ERS allocation for this season. We may well remove those for next season. We'll wait and see if we get an announcement from Formula One about next season's powertrain regs before we finish our season. I don't think we will. So we might take those extra ones away, but we'll see. These will be okay for a couple more races, but it's a loss of performance on top of already not great performance. It's time into the inbox. Chassis manufactured, yes, we know about that. Post-race data, we've gone through that, and they see the difference between the powertrains. Alonso's going the full race distance, and Stroll's doing what, half distance? Maybe less than half distance, and you can see how much we've lost on each part there. Quite a bit. Let's check in with the board and see how they feel about that result. They were happy. They were happy with P16. That's nice. As you can see, season objective is 10th. This was what it was set at. This is not edited or changed. The only thing I did do was... in fact, no. I thought I had done, but that hasn't changed yet, apparently. I thought I changed that to podium contender for 2027, but it's still showing as constructors. Okay. It's advanced time. It's only a few days until we are there. And there we go. We have made it through the opening Grand Prix. Only one of our cars finished, but that's better than Aston managed in real life, so I call that a win. These are the standings, as you see. A little reminder there. Antonelli leads after winning the opening Grand Prix. Mercedes with the highest number of points in this opening Grand Prix. We'll be racing in China tomorrow. It's another cold race, apparently. So, again, tyres might need to be pushed to keep them in the window around that circuit. We shall see. I will be back at the usual time tomorrow, 8 p.m, for round 2 of our 2026 mod playthrough. If you have enjoyed tonight's race and you haven't already done so, please do give me a thumbs up. It would be much appreciated. If you're new and you haven't yet subscribed, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Don't forget as well to also click on the bell for notifications on the startup live streams and anything else that goes live on the channel. And yeah, what a good start, all things considered. We'll see how we do tomorrow. That's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.